signs of the Crusade's recent presence can be seen on the road to Dragonspear Castle, but the Shining Lady's actual servants are rarely encountered. The few Crusaders you spy in the distance invariably retreat at the first opportunity. As the march wears on, fatigue grips your company, tempers flare within the caravan. Your reputation as the hero of Baldur's Gate protects you from petty squabbles and angry outbursts. Or perhaps, after what happened on Boriskir Bridge, there is another reason few are willing to cross you. These thoughts are put aside when you see the banners of Waterdeep, Daggerford, and the Flaming Fist at the edge of the Coalition siege camp. Dragonspear Castle is near, and so is Kalar's day of reckoning.
Why does he still refuse me? How can he deny the righteousness of our cause?
We speak of a child of Baal.
And yet the Baalspawn is the hero of Baldur's Gate, and by all accounts saved the Sword Coast from ruin during the Iron Crisis.
You cannot ask me to show mercy to this abomination, not after what happened to my brother.
For the good of the Crusade, you must. We cannot take the Baalspawn's life.
Forgive me, my lady. I do not know if I can do that.
You can. I have faith in you, Ashatil. For us, forgiveness must prevail over revenge.
Captain Corwin, good to see you.
And you, Marshal Netterlock.
And this must be the so-called hero of Baldur's Gate I've heard so much about. I'm afraid you'll not find a warm reception here. Word of what happened at Boriskir Bridge is getting around. Many, too many, see you as Sarevok's heir apparent. Glad to hear it. Is that a goblin? It's not like to win you any friends, let's put it that way. I'll spread the word, but for her sake and your own, it'd be best if you kept a low profile.
I'll do what I can.
Go get settled in now. When you're ready, come see me and the other commanders at the large tent south of here.
We'll do that. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Oh! Who goes there? Sorry. A little drink yesterday evening turned into a lot of drinks early this morning. I'm not in the best shape right now. Aye, but I don't want to waste your time with my sorrows. I know you're an important person. This is gonna sound so... hells. It's me lucky charm. A pebble from Mithril Hall. I lost it somewhere on the march here. I've had the most terrible luck since I realised it was gone. I lost at cards. Spilled a full mug of ale in my beard. Probably dying bottle now the way things are going. It's just so... Wait. The other thing that went wrong is I got a hole in one of me boots. My patron god is Marthamer Duin. His symbol is a boot with a mace against it. Maybe if I get some fancy new boots, my luck will change back. I'm telling you, this'll do it. I just need some good leather, and then maybe that quartermaster Belagarm will order some made for me. Could you help me out? I heard a bear's been sighted around Dead Man's Pass, but I can't leave my post. Bring the bear's hide to Belagarm and get me some new boots. I know you're an important person with lots of things to do, but if you manage this, you'll have a loyal friend forever. Oh! Who goes there? Sorry. A little drink yesterday evening turned into a lot of drinks early this morning. I'm not in the best shape right now.
Come now, my friend. You can hardly fault a man for enjoying what might be the last night of his life.
Flaming Fist?
I'm a captain of the Flaming Fist, if that's what you're asking.
Fist killed my brother, and my cousin, and my other brother, and my uncle, and two of my other brothers.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Didn't like most of them. One of my cousins was all right. Didn't know him that well. Got a spear shoved through his face.
You're not like any goblin I've ever encountered, you know that?
You're not like any Flaming Fist I've met. Haven't tried to kill me. Yet.
You show such devotion to your companions. Your witch and your hamster, is it? It's an appealing trait you have.
Oh, what game do you play here, evil elf lady? It will take more than compliments to make Minsk trust you.
The barbarian's not completely without sense. Who'd have thought?
You are too suspicious, Pale One. I merely made an observation.
You do more than that. You said loyalty is appealing, but Minsk has heard that drow betray each other at every turn.
Oh, they do. That is why your loyalty appeals.
The Queen does not relent. You must surrender the crown, she says, or the worst will come.
Does she have to give up the crown? Why can't she just stay a princess?
Duty. Duty compels us, above all else.
Do you see? Do you understand now?
My duty is done. The consequences are all that remain.
Understanding is not required. You are compelled. Let us try this one more time.
What are ye looking at? What are ye looking at? Ha! Aye, ye'd like that, wouldn't ye? But you're out of luck. Hammerlust follows no one but his own self. Be off with ye, you presumptuous knob. Your face bugs me.
This is not the elemental plane of air? Where am I? The Prime? What have you done to me? merchant and often collect items from various planes. Perhaps I could show you some of my wares? Ha ha ha! Feast your eyes on these exotic items!
Under normal circumstances, I would never say this, but I could use some help. It's wit like that that makes me so happy to travel with you. In the last couple of days, I dipped my fingers into a few pockets. One held a bag of junk and this notebook. It contains details of the camp defenses, commander names, and bits of conversation. Only a spy would make these kind of notes. We have a traitor in our midst. That's the problem. While I was working, I wasn't paying attention to faces. It could have come from a few different people. And get me locked up in stocks for a week. I don't think so. Keep making jokes. It's not like a traitor could be undermining this entire effort even as we speak. Oh, wait. It's exactly like that. There was the notebook, of course, a potion, a candle, and this sheet of paper covered in runes of some sort. Do I look like an alchemist to you? It might be a healing potion, but it's in a weird bottle. Maybe the traitor purchased it in camp. There was the notebook, of course, a potion, a candle, and this sheet of paper covered in runes of some sort. It's not your average tallow stick. Gold leaf is pressed into the side, and it's quite heavy.
Let me take a look at that. Ah, yes, I recognize this. These candles are used during prayers by priests of Tempest. Actually, I've seen this exact candle before. A soldier named Cole tried to sell it to me. He seemed to think I was some sort of thief, if you could believe that.
There's nothing else special about it. Maybe a priest could tell us more. There was the notebook, of course, a potion, a candle, and this sheet of paper covered in runes of some sort. It looks like the page was torn out of a book. I can make no sense of the runes. All I know is it came from someone's pocket. Robbed is such a loaded term. I prefer to think of it as easing friends' physical burden. As to the question, they were all soldiers, I think. Don't let me down.
She is a priest of Tempest, god of battles. She has little use for reason. You'll win her respect through violence.
You're a fierce warrior, no doubt, and Tempest is the god of warriors. I believe you. You'd not stoop to theft. The other night I saw Molten Call leaving my tent. I chased him, but he got away. I'm sure he took the candle, but I can prove nothing. I didn't report it. I plan to speak to Call about it myself. with my fists.
Very well.
Oh! Who goes there? Sorry. A little drink yesterday evening turned into a lot of drinks early this morning. I'm not in the best shape right now. My bottle? Where did you find it? I lost it playing cards last night. How did you get it? It was me and a couple of soldiers. Fellas named Cole and Rendell. Can't say. It's bad luck to talk about your losses, and I have another game tonight. A good luck charm, eh? I could sure use it. All right, it was Cole who won my potion. Good luck on your mission, but don't take any of my luck, heh.
What a bunch of pathetic babies! I've never seen a worse lot in my entire career! Let me take a look. Nah, this isn't mine. Looks like it could be a page from the cipher book of Warden Two-Edged. Have you asked her?
Did you need something, young one? Where did you get this? Answer me. That is from a code book used to translate military ciphers. You shouldn't be seeing it. Return it at once. Very well. I will believe you. Do not make me regret it. I loaned that book to one of Netherlock's lieutenants, a man named Malden Call.
Possession is 9/10 of the law, you know.
Good to see you. We have a spy among us? Do you know who? Malden Call. I knew him well. I thought I did. We have to tighten our security. No one can be trusted anymore, not even our own forces.
Hey there, sweetheart. How's it going? Since you replied to me, I can only assume that means you got my present. Before you show me, though, I need to know something. I'm a one-man woman. Are you a one-woman man? And what? You thought you'd just string me along? Not gonna happen, champ. I'm not the girl for you.
So many flaming fist officers around. They bring back unpleasant memories. Yes, the mercenary dog hunted me for days before I encountered you. I'm fortunate you took an interest in my fate. If I'd not met you, I would have found some other way to survive. I'm used to holding on to my life with both hands. I appreciate the sentiment. Shall we press on?
You are a good friend. Thank you. Did you have any luck finding that gem for me? Thank you. I'll finish the necklace and present it to Jaheira right away.
Nature's servant awaits.
Of course.
What a bunch of pathetic babies! I've never seen a worse lot in my entire career! You're the hero of Baldur's Gate. Why not? Come talk to me when you finish drilling them and we'll see how you did. Dismissed.
You are welcome here.
This young man seems more intelligent than most. Allow me to look at thine aura, soldier. I see much potential in thy abilities. Perhaps thou shouldst train with magic instead of steel.
The fair folk rarely have time for small talk.
Indeed. You are welcome in my sight.
If you don't mind, I think I can teach the private some tricks. You've got the right idea, but you're not taking it far enough. That's it. Leave the honor to nobles. Fight to win.
Oh, it's a fine day for meeting new friends.
You want to stab the enemy's torso. A natural instinct, I understand it, but it's not as effective as it could be, and I'm guessing it's hard on the arms, right? Nah, fight smarter, not harder. I say aim for the kneecaps.
You are welcome here.
You are welcome in my sight.
Everyone fears death, young one. It's the natural state of mortals. Shar teaches that it's foolish to chase hope or plan overmuch for the future. Death comes to all of us in the end. It's what we do in the moment that matters. Life is loss. In the end, we lose our lives. Accept that truth and move forward.
What a bunch of pathetic babies! I've never seen a worse lot in my entire career! Incredible. I didn't think it was possible to whip that ragtag unit into shape, but you've done it. These louts might actually have my back in battle thanks to you. Here, take this. I don't need it, and you might.
You gutless worm, what gives you the right to tell me what to do with my men?
You mean your 50 men? Why, my 350 men, of course.
A tenth of Daggerford's population, Delancey. 1 in 10. That's what I've brought to this effort.
And it is appreciated. But Baldur's Gate, and especially Waterdeep, have provided the majority of troops here. I'll not risk them needlessly.
It is always better to do something instead of nothing. Right, Boo?
And who, pray tell, are you?
General Hayther Stonehand, Torson Cedric Delancey, allow me to present the hero of Baldur's Gate.
Oh, aye. So what was that business on Boriskir Bridge about? You know how many of our people worship Lathander, Tempest, and you burned the dead lord of bloody murder Baal symbol into the ground where he died. Great, that's sure to boost morale.
Hayther, please, show a little decorum.
Decorum is for nobles and their toadies. We're here to slay the Shining Lady, not enjoy a fine dinner with her.
You are most perceptive. And loath though I am to agree with her, General Stonehand has a point. The reinforcements you've brought are a welcome and much-needed asset. Your presence is problematic. Many are disturbed by tales of Boriskir Bridge. It would be best if you were away from the camp for a time.
I've had worse.
As it happens, there's a matter that requires attention a ways from here. Word has gotten round that Kalar's forces are receiving supplies via caverns beneath Dragonspear Castle. We have a rough idea where the entrance is, beyond Dead Man's Pass, as the locals like to call it.
That's assuming the information we have is accurate. Torture usually gets you answers, but it doesn't always get you the truth.
I'd stoop lower than that if it meant saving the life of a single soldier under my command.
We have reason to believe Kalar Argent's top advisor, a priest named Heffernan, is quartered in Dragonspear's basement. We know very little of Heffernan, other than he apparently has Kalar's ear.
We do know that a series of caverns runs beneath the castle. We believe Kalar is channeling supplies through the tunnels rather than attempting to break our perimeter. So there is a way into the castle from below. Or just kill him. That would also be an acceptable result. Then yes, find his quarters and learn what you can.
That is what needs doing. Will you do it?
Just so we're clear, our resources are limited, and our focus must be on containing the castle. If you should get into trouble outside this camp, you'll be on your own. We simply don't have the personnel for a rescue party, no matter how valuable the person captured may be. Before you leave, there's a tent near the camp entrance that belongs to a dwarf named Fossey Dugdeep. Go see her. She's been working on something you might find useful as you explore the underground river beneath Dragonspear.
We'll do that. Thank you, sir.
And you're certain it's stable? Ah, glad you came. This is Fossey Dugdeep. Fossey, tell them about the potion of explosion barrel. When you're inside the caverns, consult this amulet each time you come to an intersection. It will guide you to the best placement for the barrel. Now, Fossey, would you please excuse us? The explosives are just one strategy I've formulated to undermine our enemy. I've another that you might help with. These flasks contain poison, taken from a priestess of Talona we captured and interrogated. Her evil works can now be turned to the greater good. We know Dragonspear is being supplied via the caverns you'll be visiting shortly, if all goes as planned. If you put a few drops of this in the enemy food supplies and water, we would have an edge when we finally confront the Shining Lady.
I'd rather a sword in the chest or even a knife in the back, but I'll not argue this.
Here is the poison. 1 drop in a barrel of water, 3 in a crate of potatoes, and all who consume them will soon wish they hadn't. You are doing the Sword Coast a great service. May fortune smile upon you in your mission. Farewell. What are you still doing here? Make yourself useful. Go take care of the caverns neath Dragonspear. Intelligence collection is a continuing effort. We know she is an Argent, and that her family was held in great esteem within the Order of the Aster. It took some digging, but we've learned Kalar was raised at one of the Aster's compounds. She no longer has any association with the Order. As far as we can determine, there was an incident of some sort. Kalar was little more than a child at the time, but her name was struck from the Order's records, and she was cast out. Few seem to know what happened, and those who do are spread out across Faerun, beyond our reach in any practical sense. We believe it's significant that an uncle of hers, On Argent, vanishes from the official record around the same time Kalar was cast out. Unlike his niece, the Order holds On in the highest regard. I suspect it involves her advisor, the so-called revered brother Heffernan. As you are already aware, we know little of him. Well, think nothing of it. It's not like I have a siege to run or anything. Now go. The sooner you get out of camp, the happier I'll be. What are you still doing here? Make yourself useful. Go take care of the caverns neath Dragonspear. Charming. I suppose I should expect no better from a representative of Baldur's Gate, a city of pirates and other criminal scum. Go, get out of here. Do your damn job.
Good to see you. Hold a minute. I know you're in a hurry, but I have something important to ask you. You know the daughter of Grand Duke Silvershield journeyed with the Flaming Fist from Baldur's Gate, yes? Do you know where I might find her?
Whatever it was, I bet she complained about it.
I gather she's not endeared herself to you, or much of anyone in your troop.
You gather correctly.
If you see her, tell her to seek me out, please. It was one thing to torment her on the journey here, but if she were killed or fell into enemy hands, Duke Silvershield would be displeased.
Yes, that would be awful.
For the Crusaders. Better they endure her wailing than we do.
Thank the gods.
Steady on, Corporal. What's the problem?
It's Ski Silvershield. She's left the camp.
Girls will be girls.
And Riven will be idiots.
She was last seen heading towards Dragonspear Castle. Alone.
They don't know who she is. As far as they're concerned, she's just another Flaming Fist. This is bad. This is very bad. Someone has to, or Silvershield will have all our heads.
So the guards say. Bring her back safely. Please.
We're few, but fierce.
You there! You look moneyed and in dire need of Wilhelmina's miracle turnip juice.
Be quiet! I actually need some turnip juice. It's part of the potion that will keep Adoy quiet. I'll take one. One turnip juice, please.
One turnip juice. Don't forget to tell your friends.
Good morning, everyone. What a wonderful day it is. Yeah?
We're few, but fierce.
It sounds better than go to mighty Volkill. A powerful thirst is upon me. Pass the wineskin, unless you have a cask hidden somewhere. If you do, pass them both.
Cousin Pritchard! I knew he'd be around here somewhere. Making friends again by the sounds of it. Where can we find him?
We're few, but fierce.
You're out of your bloody mind, Pritchard. Keep this up and you'll be out of bloody teeth, too. You don't know that, and even if you did, it's not your decision to make. Just let it go, Pritchard. Like it or not, we aren't the ones who get to make the call. Pritchard here thinks we should send a small force into Dragonspear to try and take out Kalar and end this mess before the real battle gets underway.
Pritchard! Cousin, it's me, Glint!
Glint? What are you doing here?
Mom's been worried about the family. She sent me out to make sure everything's all right. Is it? Are you all right? Let's not talk of that, cousin. How is and well see he? And Uncle Morisk? I need to speak with you about my cousin. I was wondering if you could perhaps beat him to within an inch of his life. You may not have noticed this, but Pritchard, well, he can be a bit of a handful. He's difficult enough under normal circumstances. Give him any kind of power and, well, it goes straight to his head. If he stays in this camp, I guarantee you he's going to rub someone the wrong way. Probably several someones. They're going to kill him. Kill him repeatedly if history's anything to judge by. Exactly. You don't know Pritchard the way I do. There's only one way to get any message through that thick skull of his. Words alone just won't do it. I don't want him dead, you understand. I just need him humbled. Beaten down enough that he'll agree to leave this place. He won't serve anyone being here. Not himself, not his fellow militia members. He might help Kalar, but that's obviously not ideal. Thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this.
We've been discussing important strategic matters. What do you want?
You don't want to upset a pretty lady, do
Mercy,
you?
please! Show mercy!
Then
I beg
shape
you!
up.
That's enough.
Glint? Cousin? What's going on? I don't understand.
I'm sorry, Pritchard. You've got to leave the camp. Go back to Daggerford. Mum would never forgive me if I let you die, Pritchard. You've got to get out of here. You're a good man, Pritchard. Don't become a good dead man.
Oh, all right. I'll go. Here, take this dagger. It was Father's. He used it during the last 2 Dragonspear wars. It's only fitting a Gardnerson's son fighting this one wield it now. Goodbye, cousin. Farewell.
Ah, that's a wonderful sentiment, Pritchard. I mean, I'm a cleric, so I won't be able to actually wield it in the strictest sense of the word, but I'll carry it. As a Gardners-son, proudly I'll carry it. No, I do like it. I love it. I'll treasure it always.
Your companionship is not so grating as I feared.
Whatever you like.
Well, look who we have here. The hero of Baldur's Gate deigns to walk among us. Aren't you supposed to be spelunking in Kaeler's caverns? Nederlock's good people. Won't say a word against him. Delancey? That's another story. He's a coward. I hate to say it, but there it is. We should have taken Dragonspear when we first arrived. Red-blooding Kaeler was out in the High Moor then doing gods know what. The castle would have fallen faster than a house of cards. This whole mess keeps getting messier because Delancey refuses to commit to any action that carries the slightest risk. What kind of commander is that? You got that right. Getting spanked by his nanny's the closest he's ever been to a fight. His father, the Earl of Delancey, handed him his rank, same as everything else in his life. He's in over his head now, terrified of making the wrong move, so he does nothing, which is the wrongest move that can be made. That'll be the day. Now that you've arrived, Nederlock commands 120 mercenaries. I have less than 50. Delancey, he's got more than 300 under him, and he don't want to risk a single one. Well, he's had us twiddling our thumbs for weeks. First, he wants to thoroughly reconnoitre the castle. Then, wait for further troops. Then, the hero of Baldur's Gate has to be here before we can do anything. Now, he wants to hold till you finish your business in the caverns. As you say, I'll leave you to your business then. Watch your back. Well, look who we have here. The hero of Baldur's Gate deigns to walk among us. Aren't you supposed to be spelunking in Kaeler's caverns? Now that you mention it, I do have a bug in my boot about something. I've heard rumours of a thieves' guild forming in camp. Small at the moment. I'd like to make it smaller still. You always get some leeches in camps, but this one's had more than its share. Some of my men say they've been asked to steal from dead soldiers and pawn their scavengings through a black market. I won't have that sort of business going on here.
The guild will pressure the soldiers to do what they ask and make an example of those who won't. Not an uncommon practice.
You're new here, so the guild probably hasn't gotten to you yet. You may be a black-hearted villain, but people see you're here to help. Can you take care of this? Start with a merchant named Wiseob. I've heard she'd sell the coppers right off your granny's dead eyes. I may be a dwarf, but I'm no skinflint. How does 500 gold pieces sound? Well, don't go announcing your mission to the whole camp. Keep it under your hood, eh? Now, get moving.
A fine group and a fine beer. Now all I need is a fine woman.
Your acquaintance I am glad to have made.
at you getting into the spirit of things. This should be fun.
Soon to go back to the grotto, I am. I miss the tunnels of home.
An excellent day for whatever you're after.
Light and warmth. I'm glad for both.
Well, look who we have here. The hero of Baldur's Gate deigns to walk among us. Aren't you supposed to be spelunking in Kaeler's caverns? That's the way to get things done. Tell me, what did their faces look like when you kicked their rumps all the way through Dead Man's Pass? Good work. We'll put those jackals to good use in the battle. March them up front, eh? Here's something extra for doing such a good job. Now, what's the price we agreed on? 300 gold, was it? Ha! I like your spirit. Here you are, hero. 500 gold. Now, get moving. We've got a war to win.
Of course.
Very well. I'll help as best I can. Let's see now. The Red Knight's worshippers play many games. Here, I have a board for Coroneer, a game the elves invented. Challenge the priest, get him to wager his holy symbol.
You are more than welcome in my sight.
Help me.
I am to nurse surface dwellers now? Fine, if I must. The man is burning up. Ordinary methods will do little against a fever this strong. I know of a salve I can make that might reduce the heat.
Help me. Help me.
Her symptoms are much more advanced. But why? Ah, her position in the center of camp. Proximity to others with the illness must make it worse.
Forest rats do this too, when the pain is too much to bear. Look at his eyes. Minsk knows nothing of sickness, but he knows this man is ready to bash in a few heads. Watch out! Boo will help translate his rat cousin's speech. Nay, but Boo can. Speak to your cousins, Boo. Tell them of the sickly soldiers and ask if they know what to do. Boo tells me of a tree in the woods around camp. It grows black thorns on its bark, and mold grows on the fallen trunks. When the forest rats sicken, Boo says they roll around in this mold. We must find the tree and its soggy bark to heal the sick ones.
You have been waylaid by enemy.
Boo senses someone watching us. grab a sword.
A devious dead magic zone. You have a penchant for perusing precarious places.
I swing and...
Hells, I missed!
All right, all right.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Take that, vile villain! If you insist. If you insist.
Surprised to see you here. I thought you'd been sent to penetrate Dragonspear from below.
Do you seek to see me imprisoned or killed? Keep our profiles more discreet, then.
All right, all right.
Did you need something, young one? Consulting on tactical movements and troop deployments. I've been retired for years, but my mind's still sharp. You're the one everyone's talking about, the hero of Baldur's Gate. You've seen many battles. What do you think of war? Why don't you talk to some of the people in the camp? Find out why they're here, what they're fighting for. Then come tell me if you've learned anything.
What a bunch of pathetic babies! I've never seen a worse lot in my entire career! Battle needs to be fought. I'm a soldier. What more is there to it?
Why we fight is as important as how we fight. Sometimes it is even more important.
Unless you care about staying alive, in which case it's all about how you fight.
You know what commanders do? They move wooden soldiers around on maps. Vigilance? We talk to the troops. We secure provisions and monitor morale. We keep soldiers alive.
Indeed.
Ja, speak to us, dear priestess. Knowing what drives such a beautiful maiden will lend old Volkiln the strength to go forward with this campaign.
Did you need something, young one? I'm glad you took my request seriously. Finding out about your allies helps you understand them. It might also help you understand yourself. Here, take this old medal of mine. I had it enchanted at one point. You'll have more use for it than I am certain.
As Uncle Martha used to say, any day you live through is a good one. Of course.
I welcome you with outstretched hand.
Am I to be offered out as a healing service, then? Ilmater's followers embrace pain and loss. They believe suffering is a means to a greater end. Those who worship Shah know the truth. There is nothing noble in suffering needlessly. This man should accept healing and use his strength in service to his fellow fighters.
All right, all right.
I'm coming for you! Watch out! I've traveled with a lot of great people in the past, more than you might believe. But this is the best team ever.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Indeed. Glad to meet you, friend.
All right, all right.
Destruction! Ruin! Mayhem! Are the synonyms for death?
Where am I? What happened? You have my thanks. I thought I was in the dead book for sure. Never seen a tiefling before, eh? Fiendlings, some call us.
Devil, demon, who can say? Some bit of fiend runs through my veins, that's all I know. Pike that. I'm no full-on fiend bound by me blood. I can be good or evil as I like. I was born in Sigil, the city of doors. But you caught me traveling the elemental plane of Earth. That's where I ran into that rock monster. I was looking for gold, gems, whatever I could nick. There's diamonds big as your head there if you know where to look. Not so fast. You saved me and I pay my debts. Take my ring. It'll serve you well. Now I must be finding a gate back home. I wish you well, Cutter.
What can it be now?
All right, all right. Very well. All right, all right.
Halt! Who goes there? My new boots, sir. Let me see 'em. They look wonderful. Oh, yes, these'll be lucky for sure. Thank you, thank you. Here, take these as a reward. They're comfortable too. Guard duty'll be a breeze from now on.
How, my friend? Are you having as much fun as me? Because I've got to say, I'm having a lot of fun. Even almost getting horribly slain is relatively enjoyable. As far as that sort of thing goes, I mean. Yes, I noticed. Me, I'm a lover, not a fighter. But you've got to take your happiness where you can find it, as my grandmom used to say. We make a fine pair, don't we, you and me? The hero of Baldur's Gate and his right-hand gnome. There could be none finer than us. Me with my wit and charm and looks, and you with everything you've got. Ha! There's the smile I was looking for, and as always, well worth the effort.
Do you have any children? That's fair. Being a parent has many rewards, but it brings its share of difficulties too. There's nothing I wouldn't do for Roma and my father. But the time my duties take me away from them, the risks the job carries with it. Sometimes I wonder if I've made the right decision. Is a full belly worth an absent mother? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up a painful subject. It's just hard with me away so often and Roma's father not around. Sometimes I think she might have been better off if I'd left her on the steps of the Temple of the Radiant Heart like her father wanted. Considering the way he and I ended things, I'd say that's highly unlikely. How did we get talking about this? Let's talk about something else. Better still, let's just not talk at all for a while, all right? All right. Let's find Ski and get out of here.
There is a time to watch and a time to do battle. This is one of those times.
Your lack of discipline is disappointing and dangerous.
Trust me, things are much more interesting this way. Oh, when you live for adventure, you're never far from life. When you're a slave who's indentured, you'd better find a knife. But if you long for a normal existence and pursue it with dogged persistence, you'll find that a normal life's the easiest thing of all. Yeah, haha, I could have been a bard. I just never wanted to.
Do you ever get tired, Gnome?
Never. Maybe. Tired of what?
Being so enthusiastic.
Nah, it's like my mom always says. Baravar's cloak, son, you're driving me mad. Stop bouncing your leg like that or I'll cut it off. Just sit still. Sit still, you little... Look, just stop moving. Stop it. Stop it!
I'm going to stop talking to you now, and I'm especially going to stop listening.
You do what you gotta do, Captain. You'll get no argument from me.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone, you animals. What is this? What are you doing here? I'm spying on Dragonspear, watching the Crusaders for weaknesses we can exploit. They're just as boring as the Flaming Fist. All they do is work and pray. The most interesting thing I saw was them shoring up a section of wall to the west, and that was not interesting at all. I did good? Really? I mean, yeah, of course. I knew that would be important.
Taking risks isn't always a bad thing, Ski, but you have to know what you're risking. The Crusaders are dangerous. We need to keep you safe.
When my dad was my age, he was already a hero. No one thinks I can be a hero too, but they're wrong. I'm glad you at least see that I've got something to offer. Take care.
There are some things a girl needs to learn on her own. Ski might have learned a lesson if faced with the consequences of her actions, but she'd probably be dead, too. My father let me fall down a lot. At the time, it made me angry. I thought I'd never forgive him. Then I realized how hard it was for him to let me struggle and fail on my own. It made me the woman I am. Flatterer. I'm glad to know you, too. Now let's get going.
Good to see you. Thank the gods. I don't know what Duke Silvershield would have done if anything happened to his daughter. I appreciate your taking care of this. Here's a small reward for your efforts.
Very well.
Don't feel you have to answer that if you don't want to.
Treacherous cow!
Try it, Corinth. Try it and see what happens.
All right, listen up. You all know we've got a problem here. I don't like problems, and I'm not going to let this one interfere with our duties any more than it has already. Valus here has accused Corinth of crimes against the lady.
Yeah, she named him Deceiver. There is no denying it.
I'm no bard. It's no tale of thrilling adventure I will tell, but it is the truth. Before we were assigned here, Corinth and I served as scouts to the Blinding White Battalion. He did the job well enough, until we came to the hamlet of Innisfall.
Lies. All of it. Delton, you can't believe her. All of you. You know me. You know I would never betray the lady.
I'm happy not to have to deal with this nonsense. Talk to Valus and Corinth and their colleagues round the camp. Ravik, Delton, and Damar have all voiced an opinion. Once you gather the evidence, let me know your conclusions.
Nice recovery there. Very deft.
With goblins. Seen it before. Kaler's people the same as all the rest.
You've already heard what I have to say. There's not much I can add to it.
This is the ranger that accused the other ranger of betraying the crusade. Surely thou remembers this. Thou art to find the truth of the matter and report it to Leopas.
I saw him enter the town. Not an hour later, it was empty. It's obvious what happened. Delton tells me Corinth has had family in Innisfall. He clearly warned them of our approach. Those people could have discovered Kalar, and he stole it from them.
Ah, one of those people. Delightful.
What word? Are you convinced of that dog Corinth's guilt yet?
Perhaps the lady in Volkilden could have a private interview, yeah?
I am happy not. No, I'm not.
He refers to a ranger accused of betraying the crusade. The commander, Leopas, tasked you with determining the truth of the accusations. Remember?
What you want?
You may want to use smaller words. Just a suggestion.
What do you want?
Glad to hear it. Attend me, everyone! Valus, Corinth, get over here!
Don't think he likes you.
As Uncle Martha used to say, any day you live through is a good one.
It has been too long since Minsk journeyed with such a fine companion.
Every brave soul needs a way to relax. You have been chosen because you have heart and the faith to see the crusade to its end. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Slow down there. What's this now? Why aren't you in uniform? You can't go about official crusade business looking like that. There's always time for procedure, recruit. Dismissed. I see. Thank you for the update, recruit. I have the report here. Who sent you to retrieve it? Dreon, you say? Good man. Disciplined. I like him. Here's the report. On your way now.
You need something?
May you know the happiness of a warm hearth and home.
You have been chosen not because you are the strongest or the wisest.
Something you need?
What you want?
I don't recognize your face, recruit. Are you new? There are so many newcomers to the cause these days, I can't keep track of them all. That's a good thing. I'm Deneld, the morale officer of this camp. What's your name? Is it? I've heard that name before. Well, never mind that. Let me ask you about the crusade. What do you know about our mission here? Well, that's a start. There's a great deal more you can learn about the crusade, though. Why don't you speak to some of the other crusaders in camp? After you've talked to some of the others, return here and demonstrate your new knowledge. I'll present you with a token signifying your understanding of our glorious cause. Sound good? Of course it does. See you soon. Oh, fine.
Something you need?
It's true. You really don't.
Do my eyes deceive me? Are you actually flirting with this creature?
You need something?
don't see the appeal myself.
Knight Commander Tristian, at your service. May the Lady of Strategy bring you victory. I do. The Red Knight is the patron of tactics and strategy. I help coordinate planning and movement of Kalar's legions. I have healing magic as well, but that's not my primary use. The fiends of the Nine Hells are orderly, regimented. It will take all our skill to outmaneuver them. The Crusade passed through my village and conscripted me. At first I resisted them, but when Kalar explained her mission, I realized fate brought me to her. Without expert tactics, we don't stand a chance in the Hells. Kalar has put her faith in me, and I return that faith tenfold. She will lead us to victory. Have faith, my friend. I believe Kalar could call down holy fire from heaven itself to blast the fiends to dust. She will see us through this. Now, please excuse me. I must return to my duties.
What you want?
Watch his claw! Do you want to be disemboweled?
Beware. I behold Cheverish's brand upon this beauty's amulet. She serves the sentinel of elven settlements, the slaughterer of drow.
We need to leave now. This woman wears a holy symbol of Cheverash, hunter of drow.
Watch his claw! Do you want to be disemboweled? You could say that. Are you familiar with Cheverash? Many servants of Cheverash focus on our enemy, the Drow, but he is also the god of crusades. I thought by coming here, I might learn tactics I could take back home, while doing some good. Instead, I gained a new appreciation of the power of faith. Kalar is so pure, so driven. She has accessed power that will protect us in the Nine Hells themselves.
'Tis a wondrous thing to experience the power of true faith. I felt it when I dedicated myself to the Sly One. Perhaps you'd like to hear about his teachings?
I hope I can achieve Kalar's level of devotion someday, and harness it, as she has, to protect my people from the Underdark.
In that case, let the testing begin.
The sooner this pointless exercise is over with, the better.
Answer me this. Why? Why does the Crusade exist? Excellent. A perfect answer to my question. My next question is this. How will the Crusade achieve victory? Not the answer I expected, but I can't fault your thinking. Now, for the final question. What is the heart of the Crusade? Well done. You truly understand the many and varied facets of our movement. I applaud you.
You don't need to lay it on quite so thick.
Accept from me this ring to mark your commitment to our cause. It will help protect you in battle. Now go forth and bring Kalar's glory to this world.
Watch his claw.
Fine.
Do you want to be disemboweled? Actually, yes. We can't find Gunnarg, the regular troll keeper. He keeps troll shackles in a chest back in the camp. Go get them.
Night is a friend to those with grim purpose.
All right, all right.
Nighttime is the right time for sneaking.
You have been chosen not because you are the strongest or the wisest.
Indeed.
Yeah, what do you want? It'll do for an end, too. I'm Beno Famari. Now get thee gone. One more sermon singing the Shining Lady's praises, and I swear I'll go to work for the Watadavians. No, not really. I've had issues with certain flaming fists. I doubt they're among those surrounding the castle, but better safe than sorry. Now, excuse me. We were discussing private matters.
Oh, bind me! Come here, we've got to get back to camp.
Where to begin?
I just saw a face I'd hoped never to see again. That man over there, I killed him once. And then 4 more times. I don't want to talk about it. I'd hoped our last meeting would stay our last. Let's just get out of here before he recognizes me. His name's Beno Famari, and it's not him I'm worried about. It's the hundreds of crusaders that'll come running if we cross paths. Because if that happens, there's a better than good chance I'll kill him again. I can't imagine Beno willingly telling me anything useful. There's no love for me left in his coward heart. You aren't going to let this go, are you? Fine. Beno and I were together. It was a long time ago, and it didn't end well, especially for him. I got Roma, so I'm not complaining. He was there when she was conceived. He was never her father. When I told him about Roma, I was young and stupid then. Becoming a mother smartened me up fast. Whatever I do in this life, whatever regrets I have, Roma's not one of them. She never will be. I love her, which is just one of the many reasons I'd rather avoid dying here. There are 3 things in my life that matter to me. My daughter, my father, and the Flaming Fist. Each saved me in their own way. When one of them calls on me, I answer. Always.
Says the half-orc that serves a demon. You're not really in a position to be throwing stones here, big boy.
If you really think I should talk to him, I will, but I'm telling you, it's not a good idea.
Pretty badly, I'm guessing. On a scale of 1 to apocalyptic, I'd wager on something around terrible.
He hurt me, I hurt him back. Let's just leave it at that. If you want to talk to him, let's go. Otherwise, we should get back to our camp.
Helm's steely eye. Shale. Is that you?
Beno.
I'm Beno Famari. I'm surprised to see you, Shale.
No more than I am to see you. You'll have to excuse us. We're on, official crusade business.
I'm surprised, Shale. You were always so loyal to the Flaming Fist. What made you turn to Kalar? The Shale Corwin I know would never turn on the Flaming Fist. That was why things turned sour between us.
That had nothing to do with what happened to us, Beno, and you know it. I'm not who I was when we were together. Motherhood opened my eyes. I want more from life than what the Fist promised. Is that so hard to believe?
Just answer me one question, Shale. Just one question, and I'll let you be on your way. How is, what is her name? Roma, yes? How is my daughter? I have a right to know about my child. You've got an awfully possessive tone in your voice, friend. Could it be Shale Corwin suckered another fool into her arms?
Stop. You're giving him what he wants. Let's go.
That's right. You should go. Before I tell you what your new lady is really like. She puts up a great front. Straight-laced Shale, daughter of the ever-stoic Audemars. Bet she didn't tell you about her younger days, running around with all types, getting them into trouble. Take care. She'll ruin you like she did me.
I'd committed to changing when we met, Beno. I wanted a new life. We might have made it work if you hadn't left.
It would hardly be the first time, would it, Shale? But this conversation is over. I have more important things to do than talk right now. The Shining Lady bid us ready ourselves for the attack just as soon as she and Heffernan finish whatever they're up to in the castle. Get on your way.
I thought after all this time he wouldn't be able to hurt me anymore. Or at least that I'd be less angry. Every time I see him, I want to claw his eyes out. I hate that he can still rile me up like that. I wish I could ignore him, forget him. Gods, no. I thought it was love at the time, but it never got close to that. Not really. We were doomed from the start. Real love did come into my life, the moment I held Roma in my arms. I hope to someday share the honor of being her parent with the right person. I worry so much about Roma. Whenever I look at Ski's silver shield, I think, well, this might amuse you, but I was a lot like Ski at her age. I didn't appreciate what I had, and I thought the world owed me everything. I grew out of my wild behavior eventually, thanks to my father. Ski hasn't, though. Maybe she never will. What if Roma turns out like that because I wasn't there enough for her? No point dwelling on that now. I just wanted to say thank you. That was difficult, but it helped having you at my side.
Of course.
You need something?
Please be praying to a rock. That would just be fantastic.
Gods do not always scream in the faithful ear. Sometimes they whisper.
Of course.
You will storm the gates of the 9 hells.
Indeed.
You have restored the icon of Tempus. The Lord of Battles looks upon you. You stand at the dawn of battle. Do you believe you shall prevail? Ask and you shall be tested. Claim victory and Tempus will deliver his aid.
Please don't say trial by combat. Please don't say trial by combat.
It will be.
I know, but wouldn't it be nice if just this once it wasn't?
Trial by combat, it is the way of Tempus.
Most just call that the hard way.
Prepare yourself for the Bowhammer's challenge!
Ow!
Hells, I missed!
Ow!
Hells, I missed!
You need something? You need something?
Knight Commander Tristian, at your service. May the Lady of Strategy bring you victory. Why do you ask that? Is Halasan here? Aloisa Halasan and I grew up together. I knew there was a chance she'd be here, but I'd hoped she wouldn't be. No, I cannot abandon my post, and it would solve nothing. The Shining Lady's cause is righteous. Nothing else matters. I'd appreciate you not mentioning this again. Is there something else I can help you with? Correct. The Red Knight gifts us with tactical knowledge in battle. You heard of that? Well, it is true. The symbol is very special to me. a gift an old friend gave me when I joined the church. Why would I accept such a challenge? And what are the stakes should I accept this challenge? Ridiculous. I'll not risk my most treasured possession, though I hardly think I'd be in danger of losing it to you. Set up the board. Who am I playing against?
Thy game seems simple extraordinaire.
Let's begin. You've bested me. The Red Knight has taught me a harsh lesson this day. Here, the holy symbol is yours. Your pardon. I have duties to attend to.
You need something?
The peace of night ends, and the hectic brightness of the day takes over.
Possession is 9/10 of the law, you know. Ah, yes. Hiding. My second favorite tactic.
I've traveled with a lot of great people in the past, more than you might believe. But this is the best team ever.
Hidden away.
If you insist.
That's far enough.
Charming.
He's not wrong.
I'm not going with you, worm bellies. Get away from here.
Oh, she got an eye where her tongue should be. Mind your mouth, little sister. We'll get you out of this.
Get out, you dirt lickers. Run while you still can.
You go too far, Goblin.
Takes more than words to change a goblin's mind.
Shh, I'm hidden.
Why wouldn't they? Don't want his place. Making my own. Thank you. Not many would shed blood over a goblin. Maybe. Don't know if I believe it. More likely now, anyway. You stood up for me. Won't forget it.
Yes, Abil. That cowardly half-elf who once traveled with you. Is he still devoted to his wife? It is strange to think of romance in a time of war. Tell me, are there any who have imprisoned your heart? Really? I would not have guessed. I wish you luck in wooing that one.
Oh, fine. Indeed.
When I was born, my parents thought me a boy and raised me as such. In time, we all came to understand I was truly a woman. I created my new name from syllables of different languages. All have special meaning to me. It is the truest reflection of who I am.
Both you, shut your holes now! Me chief's mate. Me in charge.
They're not the most enlightened creatures, are they?
Shiners come take more of us away! Kill 'em!
Gods above, as if I needed that mental image.
You know what they say? He who smelt it?
Minsk, dost thou not remember that talk we had regarding thy sense of decorum, specifically that thou shouldst cultivate one?
What? I didn't say it, it's what I heard. Isn't that right, Boo?
Voices. There are voices in the cloud. They think I'm one of them because I can hear their voices. They're over there, by a body to the north.
Nighttime is the right time for sneaking.
All right, all right.
I think you might have upset the Mushroom Man. Yes, I'm sure of it now. That is one irate fungoid. Watch out!
If you insist.
Someone's stuck under all these vines.
Well, that's what I'd be saying.
Let's get them out of there.
Yep.
Oh, fine.
Stop where thou art. I well know how to use this sword, and will do what I must to defend my witch.
Riga, that's enough. Now, if he had his way, I'd never talk to another living soul. And I do so love to talk. Now tell us, traveler, what is your name? Delightful. What a charming name. So full of promise, and also, by coincidence, the very same name one of my sisters gave to her baby. It was a sickly thing. Talk to cats. Can't trust cats around babies. Ah, it's so nice to meet someone who appreciates my wisdom. Not like the butterflies, I mean. They respect me, but they're such silly things. But I'm going on again. Let me start over. Greetings, this is Riga, and I, of course, am Julan, witch heiress to the thrice-burned castle.
I am her guardian, and she is my witch. I shall defend her with my life.
I too guard my witch, as if she were made of gold. Though gold is less fragile. Minsk would not worry so much if she were gold.
Other adventurers who hail from Rashomon. This is rare fortune indeed.
Unless thou hast business with us, I suggest thou movest on. Our berserker talks to hamsters, but our witch is as brilliant as she is comely.
Perhaps you should trade bodyguards. Put all the nuts in one basket.
Really? I knew following the wind would bring us good fortune. Please do bring them here and introduce us.
We are here. I am Dynahir, witch Lauren of Rashomon, and traveler like thyself. This is Minsk, my bodyguard of the Ice Dragon Berserker Lodge.
Boo and I are very pleased to meet you. Say, well met, Boo. Boo says, well met, Boo. Such a jester this hamster is.
Splendid, splendid. What a fortunate thing I followed the wind. Riga said it was madness, especially when we climbed down that cliff and then jumped off that other cliff. But I knew it was the right direction.
I would like to stay and talk to thee, mine sister. It has been too long since I spoke with another from our land, save for Minsk.
I would love that, truly. Talking to ordinary folk is like talking to rabbits sometimes, don't you agree? Enough with the ladies. But Riga and I must be ready to move with the crusade. We may not have long to chat. Not precisely. That is, we might be. We're testing it out, in a manner of speaking, seeing what they have to offer.
What they have to offer? The Shining Lady offers naught but madness and delusion. How canst thou consider joining her?
Well, I'll tell you how it came about. We left Rashomon searching for the child of Baal as foretold in the prophecies of the great Alando. We heard rumors of a being of divine power in the vicinity, and so our search brought us here. The supposed spawn of Baal turned out to be nothing more than an eccentric hedge mage, but he did invite us to stay for tea. After that, we continued exploring the area and encountered the crusade. No, not in the least. One of Kalar's lieutenants, Heffernan his name is, made us a very attractive offer, though.
The crusade's face seems attractive enough. But beneath they are foul as serpents. Do not be fooled, sister.
Heffernan has a wee inner circle of arcane practitioners. If we join him, he'll share his knowledge with us. Lovely of him, that's what I say. I've seen no evidence of evil or corruption. If I do, I'll certainly rethink my association with the movement.
Thou must trust a sister witch Lauren, Julan. The crusade is not what it seems. It has torn this land asunder.
This land, perhaps. But Rashomon is safe. Were that not the case, it would make a difference. But I don't see how skirmishes up the Sword Coast affect us. Most leaders do, my pigeon. Does the scarecrow speak truth unto the birdseed concealed in its hat? I think not. I fail to see how this concerns me. This is not my land. I have little power here and am not one to interfere with politics regardless.
I cannot believe what I am hearing. Thou must help mine fellow witch. We need proof of the Crusade's villainy, and soon, lest she pledge her power and service to the Shining Lady.
I'm quite certain you'll find nothing but cobwebs in the Crusade's closets. No skeletons or scandal there. But do as you will. Take care now. I wonder if birds ever die of old age while they're flying and fall right out of the sky.
Indeed.
Ah, soothing subterranea.
Welcome! What can I do for you today? Name's Ladle. I'm the lead supervisor for this depot. I organise, I direct. You can think of me as the heart of this operation. After Kayla, of course. Glory be to she who shines and all who walk in her light. This is an underground supply depot. We receive supplies for the castle here, then transport them up to Dragonspear. Not a glamorous job, I'll admit, but an important one. Well, fish folk, that's why. Shugin, or however you call them.
This sounds way too much like honest work.
Be direct. Try to keep up.
Welcome! What can I do for you today?
This is the most fun
What
I've
can I do
had
for you
in
today?
weeks.
Of course.
What is this? The Prime? Are you the one who brought me here, mortal? So, you used this item with no idea of the danger you would unleash. Ha! You make me laugh. Since you amuse me, a rare thing for a mortal to do, I'll give you a chance to live. I'll ask you a riddle. Solve it and I'll leave peacefully. Fail, and I rip you limb from limb. Listen closely. Armed soldiers sleep the winter through, but waken in the spring. They carry their pikes pointed behind, but deliver quite a sting. Rank on rank they swarm the land, their yellow coats agleam. They scatter wide, but all fly home when they defend the Queen. What is this army?
Mine thoughts turn to the swarming of bees in the spring.
You do not disappoint, mortal. This has been an amusing diversion after all. I will depart now. Take more care what you summon in the future.
I thought we'd never get back up. Sure is good to see the surface again. Surface is relative, partner. When a misbrewed potion turns you into living stone, you'll know what I mean. Call me Belagulp, and here's my partner, the concoctor. We can brew you up any sort of potion you like, for a price. That was only an experiment, partner. These are time-tested recipes guaranteed to do only what the label says. Quality and potency guaranteed.
A den of stinking evil. Actually, this evil is not as smelly as it usually is. We come for you anyway, well-scrubbed evil.
You bet. Whoa, look at all the colors! I should explore caverns more often.
Or the group. Stop where you are. Dangerous creatures roam these caverns. If you value your life, go back from whence you came. You trespass in my home. Surface dwellers are not welcome here, save for Heffernan and those who bow to him. I'll not stop you, but I won't come to your aid when you run afoul of my children. You have been warned. I leave you to your fate.
Perhaps this group needs not quite as much help as I thought.
Very well. Strangers. So many strangers in the depths these days. Why have you sought me out? some in the circle refused to accept my authority. Fools. With Heffernan and his followers' help, I drove them off. I care nothing for what those weak-willed half-wits on the surface say. Their very existence is a thorn in my side. Remove it for me, and you will be rewarded. I did not deal with the Shining Lady. Kalar Argent's aspirations mean nothing to me. What happens on the surface is no concern of mine. This amulet allows the bearer to control my children. I give it to you now instead of the traitor. How else can I help?
Oh, fine.
What is this? Shining knights looking green and sickly? We must help them.
Indeed.
Strangers. So many strangers in the depths these days. Why have you sought me out? I can see you're serious about obtaining the cure. There is an item I need, though it will be difficult to find and more so to acquire. The bloom sack from an elder Myconid. Let me see. Yes, this is precisely what I need. Impressive. Here, this potion will cure the slime sickness. Take it and be gone. Our business is complete.
welcome. What can I do for you today? Ah, yes, you helped our poison friend. I tip my cap to you. Here, these potions tumbled off the back of a cart not long ago. Terrible bumpy roads round here.
Forgive me if I lack the time for conversation, fellow Crusader. I'm in the middle of a delicate ritual. I'm binding water elementals from this river, creatures of pure water that will serve me as I do Kalar's work on the battlefield. With their power, the Crusade's success is assured.
Of course.
Forgive me if I lack the time for conversation, fellow Crusader. I'm in the middle of a delicate ritual. No. No, I don't think so. But this is a stroke of good fortune. I need to test my control over my minions. Elementals, attack! Charge!
Oh, fine. Oh, fine.
What are you doing? Get away from that tree.
It has been too long since Minsk journeyed with such a fine companion.
Oh, fine.
She has bested you already, and you know it not. You are here, buried beneath the dirt, while she prepares for victory far above. Is this your grand plan? I had hoped for more from one of your lineage. All have a part to play, it is true. But will you stand center stage and command the respect you are due? Or fade into the background, another anonymous player whose name will be lost to history? Your army has grown fat with purpose, courageous and utterly devoted to their cause. What reason have you to be here, child of Baal? What is it that has driven you to such inglorious confines? Curiosity has its uses, to be sure, but take care not to gaze too deeply into matters beyond your understanding, lest you find yourself in possession of answers you'd rather not have. Your path twists and forks like a serpent's tongue. With every word you utter, every enemy you fell, your soul becomes clearer to me. I seek someone with the potential I require to move forward. I have found 2 candidates. Do I choose the child of light or the child of death? Which of you is worthy? You believe you have a choice. That is delightful. The Shining Lady has secrets hidden even from herself, as do you. What happened on Boriskir Bridge should have taught you that much, if nothing else. There are many forces at play, more than you realize, and there is much at stake. Dragonspear Castle offers more to you than an opportunity for reconnaissance and sabotage. There you may spy the snake that nestles in Kayla's bosom. Use the gifts you have, and you may learn more about the threat you truly face.
Indeed.
This place isn't right. So much rage in the air. Hard to breathe.
What is this I sense? Pain and sorrow not together somewhere not far from here.
Boo is restless. Something is not right here.
Very well.
Ow! Ha! My aim is true!
Oh, fine.
These worms have had no home but this cavern their entire lives. They probably ate whatever small creatures came out of that pit, and if nothing did, each other. Poor things.
Stop. You will go no further. I am Halatathler, and I guard the entrance to Canaglim. There is no passage here but through me, which means there is no passage at all.
Who put you here, dragon? Who told you to watch the doors? I know ghosts. This one doesn't want to kill us. Bet on that. Doubt it. Can't know for sure without trying.
Do not humor this horrendous half-wit. Her harebrained hypothesis will have us gracing this ghost's guts.
I know worse ghosts than this snake tongue. Want to meet them?
Go no further. further. Good. I am glad you were courageous enough to pass me by.
A guardian pleased to let intruders pass. Is it just Volkild, or does anyone else find that a little strange?
I did as I was bid, but I'll do no more than that. Your passage will displease my master, which pleases me greatly. Fare thee well in lost Canaclim.
If you insist.
Feel the pain.
Oh dear. Oh.
What's this? I see it now, too. Like it was trying to hide from me. I know you're there, Ghost. Talk. Who are you?
I am Grunter, Claw Lord of the Dak Decanter clan.
He's a ghost. A whisper. Nothing to fear.
Nothing to fear? I am Grunter, Dak Decanter, Claw Lord, War Chief of my clan.
And it means nothing in the end. Can you hurt anything but my ears? Anything at all? Tell me.
I'll crush your bones to powder, drink your blood like wine. I'll suck her soul out of her body and cast it down in the Bonelands forever!
That means no. What world is mine? Flesh or ghost? Can't live in both, not anymore. Gotta pick. Shaman or warrior? Robes or armor? Don't know. The voices of the dead sing to me. I've known too many like Grunter in my life. No more. Not if I've a choice.
Ha! The female fears me, and well she should!
Quiet, you bellowing Katarn. Be silent, or I'll throw this armor down that crack, and none will hear your wretched voice ever again.
Though I can see in the dark, I still prefer the surface.
I am free after so long. I am Zadroth. You are the one who released me from my eternal imprisonment in the far realm. The reasons are of no consequence. What matters is that I can now wreak my vengeance on those who locked me away.
This isn't working. We have to try something else. This isn't working. We have to try something else.
Oh, fine. Meddler, freer of evil, destroyer of the balance. For centuries, I watched over the Lich's prison. In one moment, you annihilated everything I secured for so long. Zadroth is no more. Then I am free as well. Thank you, good hero. Take my weapon as a reward. I need it no longer.
Indeed.
Your plans are too grand, Carrion. It can't be done.
It can, and it will. The besiegers outside will all become my undead servants.
I won't go along with this. Heffernan will be furious.
You will obey me, or I'll feed you to the dragon's ghost. You understand?
Yes, mistress.
What the hells is this now?
Do not struggle. Surrender your life to us, and your body to him.
Brothers, Carrion, we are not alone. Slay them!
Quick and dirty, take him down!
Help us, please.
I am in your debt, little one. My clutch, my precious eggs, lost to me so long ago. I never knew how or why. The necromancer responsible for this atrocity must be long dead. But my hatchlings, did you see them? Do they yet live? My poor children. But at least I know they are at peace. And I thank you for that. My name is Halatathler. I wish I could have helped more. As it was simply good fortune Carrion ordered me to do what was in my power to prevent intruders, rather than all that was in my power. It was just one word that stood between her and her end.
That elf held the jaws that bound the dragon. If you're looking for a leader, best start there, I'm thinking.
if man he truly be, named Heffernan. He is a creature of deception, a worm wrapped in rose petals. His evil is insidious. He is a sickness growing inside a healthy body, destroying it unawares until it is too late. Be wary of him. Farewell, child of Baal. The road before you is dark and full of peril. To navigate its twists and turns, you will need allies, friends. Choose them wisely. Now I must depart. Nepenthe calls me to the fugue plain.
Well, that was something. Let's go.
This place reminds me of my dear departed friend. What was his name?
Ow!
Keep thy distance. My witch trusts strangers. I am more cautious. Then thou understandest me.
It is good to see another brother from the east. Minsk has been long in this foreign land, where the evil is thick and the people are tiny.
Agreed. I've been too long away from our people. Too long. When I left the place of my birth, I looked forward to seeing new lands, meeting new people. I have been gone years now, though, with nary a glimpse of home.
I too know the loneliness of living in strange, smelly lands. Luckily, I have Boo and my witch for company.
I have no Boo, whatever creature that may be. But I do have a witch. Oh, yes. I have a witch. Your berserker friend can be no harder to understand than my witch, Julan. She hath a unique mind.
Tiny here too has a mind unlike any other. Her brilliance makes Minsk's brain feel like a hamster's. Boo does not like it when Minsk says so, so I do not say it very loud.
I thought I would learn from my witch, that she would guide me as I protected her. But each day is more confusing than the last. I want more than his conversation. I was hoping for his advice. For years I have followed every one of Jolan's orders, indulged her every whim, even as we roamed further and further from home. I despair of ever seeing my homeland again. How do you do it, Brother Minsk? How do you endure the random caprices of your witch? Can it be so? Not all witches are as flighty and irrepressible as my witch?
Minsk will follow Dinah here to the ends of Toril, though his legs may be very sore. If she sails away, he will follow her, preferably in the boat, but Minsk can swim.
I see. Then I am truly alone. That is one way to look at things. Thou speakest true. I keep Julan safe. As long as she is in the world, I will protect her. Thank you. Thou hast cleared the fog from my mind.
I wonder if birds ever die of old age while they're flying and fall right out of the sky. What is this? What? No, I don't believe it.
You must, mine sister. The evidence is here before thine eyes.
Anyone could have written these papers. A squirrel, even. I met a talking squirrel in a taproom once. It could happen.
I pray thee, Julan, trust this man as I do. I tell thee, he speaks the truth.
Of course you're correct, my little beetles. What was I thinking? I don't know truly. We shall leave this place at once, Riga. I do miss our home. What do you say, Riga? Shall we visit Rashomon once more?
If that is thy wish, lady.
Onward, then. Thank you again, dear ones. Do take this as thanks. Riga has a splendid new weapon, and we've been lugging this one around for weeks. Think of me when thou lookst upon it. Not that thou wouldst forget, I am sure.
A team like this can't be beat.
Oh, fine.
Maybe. Ghost? Open your eyes. See me. Talk with me.
If you insist. If you insist.
You will fall beneath our blades, fiend.
Maybe. Spirit? Can you hear me? Talk to me now, if you can.
Stones fell around us. The screams of the dying filled our ears. We ran, seeking safety. Wings beat in the air. There was fire. I smelled burning flesh. A stone cut me as a wall collapsed. We wander this place endlessly now, unable to find our path to the fugue plain. These caverns all look the same to our dead eyes. Can you help us?
That ghost's voice is so familiar. Mistress Spirit, if I may, can I ask you your name?
In life, I was called Litla Barker's daughter.
Of course.
Whoa! That is something.
He didn't really need the club to scare scrawny humans. Thank you, my ancestor. It is good to know my bloodline continues in such strong and good-hearted kin as you.
We should move quickly, Abil. I dislike being underground. Idiot. I am not so arrogant as to think I have nothing to fear from the Spider Queen. I turned my back on her, and that is not done lightly. I do. My faith lies now with Shar the Night Singer. I find the dark soothing. The shadows remind me of the sweet oblivion to come after death. To one who has spent so long running, hiding, scratching, and scraping to keep my body and soul alive, the quiet of eternal darkness after death seems very peaceful indeed. That is a long story I do not feel like retelling. Suffice to say, the Spider Queen asked more of me than I could give. When I lost everything and found myself abandoned in the darkness, that is when I heard Shar whisper to me. I admire your bravery. Yes, let us press on.
Indeed.
Hold your attacks! Fall back!
Stand your ground. Rein the Driders in.
This assault benefits neither of us. I suggest a parley.
I suggest you withdraw. We did not come here to fight. Wait. Who is that at your side? Викония? Викоnia de Veer? Can it truly be you?
Shapur, it's been a long time. Please, you'll only make things worse. You did not come here to argue theology, Shapur. Tell us why you have ventured this far up from the Underdark.
Two young drow, little more than adolescents, are lost in these tunnels. Bring them back unharmed, and I will spare your life.
Were it not for me, they would have been terminated 10 times over. 10 times over!
Welcome back.
Have you found our children?
Me! The fail! The flub!
Cretin, we could have been killed in the time it took you to slay that monster.
Caelid, they don't talk like us on the surface, remember?
Are we to speak like surface dwellers now? I suppose on the surface they would offer thanks. How tiresome. Very well. Thank you for saving us.
They tell it true. The surface is no place for young drow. You'll find nothing but ruin up there.
I am a daughter of one of the great houses, while Umar is just a servant. He's so pretty and amusing, though, I decided I must have him. My mother would never let us be together, so we ran away. On the surface, we'll make a new home, and I can do as I like with him.
My surface sojourn has not been smooth, 'tis true. I shall share several stories that might serve to illustrate... You know my name? My infamy infiltrates even the Underdark. Naturally, I'm not surprised. Idio, what now? Your abusive appellation is absent the appropriate awe one should associate with so illustrious an enchanter as the entertaining one, Baloth Baratil.
Oh, this is too good. They've heard of you. How wonderful.
Eking out a living? My powerful performances earn a preponderance of platinum.
Welcome back.
Have you found our children?
You again. I didn't expect to see you up here. It was hard finding our way out of the tunnels. We started to doubt our decision. Then we saw daylight, so bright it almost blinded us. Umar was frightened at first, but I told him we had to be brave if we wanted to make our new life.
Were it not for your strength, Kaelit, I would not have had the courage to leave. You are the darkness that gives me comfort.
Ugh. Can we kill them, please? I can't listen to more of this.
Oh, fine.
Looks like we're here. Place the barrel, quickly.
You need something?
I smell a good tale about to be told.
You need something?
Halt! Identify yourself!
You have a charmed life. Everything should be so easy. I've traveled with a lot of great people in the past, more than you might believe. But this is the best team ever.
Ho ho!
I say we rest more, then we work harder. Rest make better work. How that possible? Rest more mean less time for work. Happy worker is more happy worker is happier. Happier better, Betror. Me happy on not being beaten, so no more resting talk, got it? What? Who that there? Aina, manners. Hello, what we do for you this fine day? That's what me said, with shorter words. Who are you? You don't smell like Crusader. Don't say we gotta kill you now, Betror. Bad enough we stuck here turning this wheel. I don't want to fight Crusade's battles for it as well. We not take anyone up without Belbin saying so. Yup. Me could use drink.
I think I like this ogre.
Belbin say no drinking on job. Belbin say lot of things. Me want drink. You got anything to beat my thirst? Aye, the soldiers down here get plenty of wine. They act high and mighty, but they like their drink as much as next ogre. Hint, hint. Take your time. We not go nowhere.
Ja? Ja.
The sly one protects us in the darkness. Good thing, too, because this place is nasty.
You got me something to drink?
Ah, what a waste.
Well, hand him over. Or you gonna get us in trouble, Heiner. What Belbin do? Hit us more? Onto platform. Oh, look, it's the little one again. Ready to go now? Fine.
I welcome you with outstretched hand.
Very well. Possession is 9/10 of the law, you know.
Oh, who are you?
Rhonda? Is it really you? What are you doing down here? No, I'm with my friend here. This is my cousin, Rhonda Swiftwood's daughter. Rhonda, we're working against the Crusade. Well, he is. I'm mostly just along for the ride. That depends on whether we can get past those ogres and up to Dragonspear.
Ogres? You mean Einar and Betror?
Yes?
A happy worker's a more productive worker, Betror. That's a fact. I can prove it with numbers.
Rhonda, good to see you.
I was wondering if you could do me a little favor. My cousin here needs to get up to the basement.
Sure, no problem. Have him and his friends hop on. Belbin say no taking people up without permission. Belbin say a lot of things. Get on board. Best we get you up quick.
I will, Glint. You just make sure you do the same.
What you care? You out of cage, we in cage, eh? Whatever. Me Slug, leader of Ogre Band. We live in caves, go outside caves, take what we need, kill who we want. It good life.
It'll take more than high-minded words to stir this beast's conscience.
Slug free! Nurse all alone outside. Slug need find her, but first help you. In north end of river caverns is fresh water, good to drink. On wall next to pool is hiding hole. Ogre treasure there. It will help you kill shiners.
Yes, dear.
Slug chief again, huh? Soon we go back to caves, do what we do best. Smash heads, take gold.
Thou art most certainly wise. We cannot let these brigands rampage over the land.
We need to talk. I'm not happy with the way I left things when we were talking about children. Roma, damn it, why is this so hard? Aye, you're right about that. All right, here it is. I don't think it's any great secret that I've found myself attracted to you these past few weeks. I'm attracted to a lot of people. Attraction is easy enough to deal with. Feelings are another story. The life we lead pushes us to places we may not want to go. Not yet. I've made mistakes before. Too many mistakes. I'm trying to make better choices. Not just for me, but for Roma. The last person I shared my bed with, it didn't turn out well with her. Not as bad as with Roma's father, but not well. If I'm to do this again, I need it to work. I need to think, not just feel. I can't rush into another doomed relationship. And it felt like that's what I was about to do. That's why I shut you out when we started talking about children. Because I can't afford to let you in. Let anybody in. Not until I know they're the right one. Thank you. Thank you for understanding.
Oh, it's you again. You ready to go up? Hop on then, and do quick. Me no wanna have to explain what you do to Balbin.
So when do you figure things are going to fall apart? Can't be long now.
What's the meaning of this? I didn't requisition any more supplies, and you're not one of Heffernan's Black Hoods. Explain yourself. We've all got seals, idiot. What are you doing up here? Do I look like a woman?
I really want you to answer it.
You insolent lackwit! I'll flay the skin from your bones, see if I don't!
Stupid thing to do. Deadly stupid.
What a perfectly horrible little man. Killing him was a kindness.
You're letting this troll just take the food?
I see no reason not to. At least no good one. The poor thing's done us no harm.
Those doors. The dragon carvings. I don't like the way they look at me.
Or the group. Behind those doors is darkness. Darkness like nothing I have ever known.
One look at those doors tells me there's nothing but horror behind them. I suppose you want to open them now, don't you?
Look at those doors, Boo. The two serpents kiss and their bodies make a heart. Isn't that nice? There is someone for everyone.
Those doors are so sinister and foreboding. We've got to open them.
These doors' carvings disturb me. The dragon's eyes follow me, gazing into the darkest recesses of my soul. I would leave this place sooner than later.
Sarn, look at the carvings on those doors. A sign would have been simpler. Do not enter.
I don't like the look of those doors.
Those doors. There is power beyond them. Can you sense it?
Oh, these doors give old Volkiln the morning after headache, without the night before.
The aphotic energy those doors emit is unsettling in the extreme.
No problemo.
Yes, I see.
There's something behind those doors. Spoiled magic. Spirits screaming. Bad. It's bad.
If you insist.
Just need a little more patience, Master.
More patience, Heffernan. I have waited decades for this moment, and will wait longer still before I am free to return to the Prime.
And when you do, all will have been made ready for your arrival. Those who still live will be baptized in the blood of those sacrificed in your name. 1,000,000 souls will hold their arms up and scream your name, ready to embrace their new lord and master.
Your words paint a pretty picture, Heffernan. But your failures tell a different tale.
The Child of Baal is near, Master. Soon he will be ours. The portal to Avernus shall be opened once again.
Know that it was Dornil Khan, servant of Urgatho's, who cast you into the infernal pit. So, it is Urgatho's who works against me. I wondered who interfered with my foot soldiers in the Prime. He shall be dealt with in short order, as will you, blackguard. Take them! Feel the pain. Kalar's pawns cannot stand against us.
You're in the belly of the beast. There is no escape. I shall return with reinforcements to finish this once and for all.
Heffernan will be back soon, and he won't be alone. We've got to get out of here. Let's go.
Hey, are you sure we shouldn't be... How shall I put this? Getting the hells out of here now?
What is this? Have we found proof of a parasite clinging to Kalar's crusade? Or the dark, secret heart that beats beneath its gleaming skin? First blood is ours. We should be satisfied with that for now. Let us take our leave of this place.
Bloody hells, Heffernan. What is it now? Wait. You're not Heffernan. Who are you? Aye, that I am. And I'm trapped here in my own castle, bound in place by a villain named Heffernan. He plays the pious, kind-hearted priest, but he's trying to open a gate to the 9 hells, the snake. I first saw Heffernan when he came down here with that Aasimar, what's her name, Kalar. You know what an Aasimar is? Celestial blooded, you could say. They needed divine blood to open the gate, but Kalar's wasn't strong enough to do the job. Heffernan got madder than a hornet in a helmet. He stormed off with Kalar trailing after him. When he came back, I saw him use that altar there to speak with some dark creature. The fiend spotted me. Heffernan bound me right quick. I've been trapped ever since. I don't know, probably. I overheard Heffernan say Kalar's blood was too weak, too diluted by generations. The god's direct descendants. Open a vein and that portal could pop right open. Rub those marks in the floor out and you'll break the spell binding me. Lend a hand. Or a boot. Get me out of this. Aye, I'm free. But the fugue pulls on my soul. I hear the call of my old friend Halatathlair. Thank you for bringing us back together. Listen now. In the center of the castle's main hall floor mosaic is a loose stone. If it's not been discovered, you should find something of worth beneath it. Axe high, friend. When you find Heffernan, give him a good kick in the nether regions for Deros Dragonspear.
If we remain here much longer, we are certain to be overwhelmed.
If I wanted to die horribly beneath the earth, I'd never have left the Underdark. Let's be gone from here.
Hey, what be all that noise upstairs? Yeah, sounded like big fight. Oh, that makes sense. Go on past.
Oh, dear, I don't feel so well. Did I not mention not feeling so well? I could have sworn I had. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I don't think I got enough sleep the last time we rested, or any sleep at all, now that I think of it. You were lying right there. I was entranced. I didn't want to close my eyes. I was afraid I'd open them and you'd be gone. No, not really, but I was watching you, and then I think you started dreaming. Whatever was happening, it wasn't good, so I stayed awake to make sure you were all right. I am, aren't I? But your right-hand gnome's letting you down right now. Give me a moment, please. I just need a few seconds to clear my mind and find a little focus. I'm feeling better by the second. Give me a minute and I'll be ready to take on the crusade single-handed, which would probably get me killed. So give me half a minute, then we can face the crusade together. I'm more likely to survive that way, and if I don't, I can think of worse places to die than at your side. So, there's something I can't help but notice about you of late. Of course I notice the usual things. They're hard to miss, especially when you're looking for them as hard as I do. But your eye seems to have been wandering. Some looks you've given other people make me uneasy. I don't want you to close your eyes. I would, however, prefer your gaze linger longer upon me and less upon our friends. That's not the sort of looking I mean, and you know it isn't.
I've been watching you, and of late I don't like what I see. If we're to be friends and nothing more, so be it. Colleagues and nothing else? Fine. But you've got to decide what exactly we will be, if anything. And soon, or I'll make the decision for you.
If I understand you correctly, then, you are willing to surrender your troops and abandon Dragonspear Castle. All we have to do is give you the ballspawn.
You better not be considering this offer, Delancey. We all know you're a coward, Don't be a traitor, too.
You understand my position, then. I need the Child of Baal, but only for a short time. I shall return them safe, unharmed, within the week, and disperse my troops from Dragonspear Castle.
I only intended to clarify the offer, Stonehand. No need for accusations. Ah, there you are. We've only just started negotiations. I think there are some promising avenues we can explore.
She wants you. She says she'll disband her army and surrender if you go with her. Sounds too good to be true, doesn't it?
Listen to me. The lost souls of the Dragonspear dead need a hero. That hero is you. Join me, and together we shall liberate the souls trapped in the Nine Hells. You know nothing of me, godling. You have no idea of the compromises I've made, the people I lost to stand here today. If you did, you would not be so quick to condemn me.
I told you, my lady. Boroskia Bridge was an omen. This person cannot be trusted. You cannot rely on them to do the right thing.
Please, there's no need for such inflammatory language. We're all working toward the same end here. Unpalatable compromises must sometimes be made for the greater good.
I agree with Delancey.
You what?
Oh, don't waggle your finger at me, Nederlock. You've got troops to spare. My militia's 50 souls strong, and I know them all by name. I know their families. Daggerfoot answered the call, but do any of you care about us? The hills you do.
Use your brains, both of you. We can't agree to this. The reports from Baldur's Gate said someone paid for the hero's blood on a sword. Now Kalar wants the hero under her control. I don't like it.
The blood of the divine runs through our friend's veins. His body itself is a source of power.
Someone in Baldur's Gate paid for the Ballspawn's blood? Why? Heffernan, what can this mean?
Calm yourself, my lady. It is likely a coincidence, unrelated to our plans. Appeal to the Child of Baal. Make him understand the importance of cooperation.
If it'll save the troops.
What Kalar plans for the hero may be worse than loss of life. I understand your position, Stonehand, but you must see that cooperation could end in a bigger disaster than a battle.
It pains me to say it, but Nederlock is right. This time. Though I'd happily sacrifice the Ballspawn's life to end this war, we don't know what sending them off with Kalar means.
No prisoner for you, light lady of shiny evil brightness.
Time is now our enemy. If someone else seeks the Ballspawn, I cannot wait any longer for you to see the light. What will not be given freely must be taken.
As you command, my lady.
When next you see my banner, it will be at the head of the army that marches on you. For righteousness. For justice.
So be it. Everyone back to camp. Prepare for an attack.
May Time Mora favor us. Well, I sincerely hope you're worth what you just cost us.
Guess it's war, whether we like it or not.
Let's get you back to the camp. You're not safe here.
Are you sure she did want you killed?
I was there when it happened. Those men weren't there to invite us to a ball.
War rarely makes sense.
And it's the common folk who pay the price more often than not.
To win a war, sacrifices must be made. I'm glad you find it amusing. Some of us aren't so lucky as to see the humor in it.
Let's not stand here arguing about it. It won't be long before archers start picking us off. Back to camp. Let's go.
The Crusade attacks! The northern edge of the camp's aflame! Head south to the fire pit. The commanders gather there. Andrus can instruct you further. I know we've had our disagreements, but luck to you. Why do I bother? Go, help Andrus. And if the gods be willing, I'll see you on the other side of this.
Oh, fine.
Hero, we need help. When Fossey refined those explosives into the barrel of Bwoosh, she was left with highly unstable toxic residue. We were thinking of using it as a weapon against the Crusade, but if the fire reaches the barrels, we'll all be killed. You have to hold the Crusade off while I stabilize the barrels as best I can. They're at the camp's northern entrance. When they break through, I'll let you know. You can choose which unit to fight with against them. When the enemy's defeated, or if you're forced to retreat, talk to me again. I'm going to stay here and ward these explosive barrels. If the Crusade reaches them, we're finished. Take a squad of soldiers and deal with those trolls. When you've dealt with the immediate threat, or if you can't defeat the trolls, return to me. Good luck to you, hero.
This group shows promise. Extraordinary.
Wizards! Damn it all. I can't leave these barrels without putting the entire camp at risk. You've got to take a squad and keep them away from here. You need to stop those Crusaders from reaching us. Take one of the squads, leave the other here to watch my back. The attacks are slowing. We should use the moment to finish the Crusaders off before more reinforcements arrive. If we push hard, we can rout them. The center lane is clear. Head straight north and finish off their remaining warriors. Go now and win this battle for us.
Though thou speakest true, challenging an already angry Orog to take thy head may not be the wisest of strategies.
I killed 2 ogres with a bent fork and some boot-black one!
Good work. We've still got fighting in the east and west, but the bulk of Kalar's forces have been routed.
Let us not take battle only to the door, but to the entire castle!
The Crusades falling back into Dragonspear. We'll never have a better chance of finishing this than we do now. Get what you need from the camp and rendezvous with the siege commanders at Dragonspear's gates.
Looks like this is it. Let's go.
You are welcome here.
I'll not waste my energy on this idiot. He is beyond my help. His fate is in the gods' hands now.
Well, that was really quite impressive, in its own way.
Steel and magic still clash in the distance, but you have thwarted Kalar's attack upon the siege camp. The time has come for the combined forces of Waterdeep, Daggerford, and Baldur's Gate to take the battle to the Shining Lady. The walls surrounding Dragonspear's ruins teem with Crusaders. Among them are Kalar's most trusted lieutenants, men and women of unparalleled skill, ready to sacrifice all for their leader. Defeating them and penetrating the castle will not be easy, but that is the task before you.
The battle unfolds as you expected, my lady. Our forces fall back to the castle even now.
The battle is not the war. Whatever blood we shed is worth it as long as the child of Baal bleeds as well.
What is your command?
We must hold Dragonspear or all is lost.
And the Baal spawn?
Bring the child of Baal to me. Our triumph depends on it.
Hold position! They're here! Hold! I'm heartened to see you're still with us. I didn't have a chance to ask earlier. How did you fare in the caverns beneath Dragonspear? That makes no difference now. What of those tasks I asked you to perform? That explains why the enemy seems so sluggish. Good work with the explosives. Now, watch as the walls of Dragonspear fall before us.
For Daggerford! For the Sword Coast! Charge!
Fine. Very well.
Enough! Crusaders, stand down! Stand down, or by the lady you'll answer to me! Know that I am Adras Ashatil, right hand to the Shining Lady. I know you, Baal spawn. Some call you a hero, but I know what happened on Boroskir Bridge. You will never fight with us, though our cause be righteous. I will bring you to the light, and prove that ours is the side of honor and virtue. Face me, one-on-one. If you defeat me, my soldiers and I will surrender to you. Do you accept? You and I, one-on-one. No other combatants, no hiding from sight like a coward. If you break the rules, or your allies interfere, my soldiers will cut you down, every last one of you. Do you accept my challenge?
Indeed. Advance! Ah!
March out!
Oh, it's a fine day for meeting new friends.
You are welcome here.
In the city, you rarely see the stars. They're beautiful tonight.
You are welcome in my sight. You have my greetings, faithful one.
You are welcome here. Nice work, hero. I'm starting to see why the Grand Dukes wanted you here.
Hear me, people of Waterdeep, of Daggerford and Baldur's Gate. Heed my words. I am not your enemy. Have none among you lost a mother, a father, a sibling, a loved one lost to a cruel and unjust fate? So it was for the victims of the Dragonspear Wars. Too many dead, their souls dragged to Avernus, lost forever, or so we believed. Then I discovered the truth. I tell you that the Dragonspear dead are not lost. I shall lead an army into Avernus and retrieve them if you will but let me. Do not toss this opportunity aside. Do not let the devils take so much more than their due. Join me. Together we can bring about a new age. An age of peace, of justice, of enlightenment. You ask me to surrender now, when I stand on the threshold of victory? No, I will not stop now. I cannot. You could have walked with me in the light, but you chose blood and darkness. You will pay for that.
Gods, that dwarf is amazing! If only she were a man.
You have a problem with women?
Not at all. I come from a long line of women. My mother's a woman.
This day is not over until Kalar is in shackles. Corporal Duncan led a team of soldiers into the keep. It is the only avenue left for her to flee. Fortunately, our mages have already warded the exit to the underground caverns you discovered. If Kalar's not trying to flee, then we have her cornered. My troops are securing the courtyard while the Flaming Fist move into the castle. I believe Corporal Duncan is looking for Kalar himself. Best hurry if you want to catch him. All I know is the outer entrances are blocked by rubble, but our forces seem to have found a way in through the roof. Find Kalar and do what must be done. I'll see to it the rest of the castle is secured and the Crusaders rounded up. Now go.
With flair!
Yes.
We're few, but fierce.
Good to see you made it, hero. Kalar's pinned in the basement if she hasn't found a way to wriggle out of here. Find her and knock her shiny head off her shoulders, would you? We gotta figure out where all the Crusaders are running off to. They must be down in those tunnels. We'll stop the crusade. You take care of Kalar.
Of course. Indeed.
Oh, it's a fine day for meeting new friends.
This is hardly an honorable action.
Even I must rest at times. I insist we camp.
All right, all right.
I swim in memories of places such as this. Most unpleasant memories.
The chill comfort of the underground. I know it well.
If you don't give me something to do, I'll have to amuse myself, and no one wants that.
Watch your step. Nothing good comes out of a place like this.
I've traveled with a lot of great people in the past, more than you might believe, but this is the best team ever.
I adore tedium. It's vastly preferable to screaming and running for our lives.
The chill comfort of the underground. I know it well.
We're more than mercenaries.
Good to see you again. We're holding the entrance to the tunnels and making sure any crusaders coming back this way are captured or killed. Kalar's holed up beneath us in the basement. Bence Duncan's preparing to engage her. Head down the stairs and finish this. All I know is that Duncan thinks he has her pinned. He could use your help. You've more important things to do than stand around talking to me. Dismissed!
So much death. And to what end? I had to make it right. I had to save them. Save him. Whatever the cost.
There can be no victory without sacrifice. What are you prepared to lose? Have you anything left to surrender? You can walk but a single path. Dire consequences await those who try to find another way. Believe me, I speak from experience. You need not embrace your fate, but ultimately you will accept it. You can do nothing else.
So Dorn. Dorn.
You have something to say to me, gnome? Then say it, or say nothing at all.
I was just going to ask you how the weather was up there.
What?
It was a joke, you know? How's the weather up there? Because it'd be different. Because you're, tall.
You should go away now.
Yes, I think I'll be doing that right, now. Yes. In my defense, you are very tall. All right, I'm done. Going now. Yes.
Something's not right here.
Cease your whining. Kalar's soldiers fall before us. 'Tis a glorious battle. Onward!
It's nearly over. Kalar retreated into this vault. There's no way out. Our mage reports a strange magical aura behind the door. We've got to be careful. Are you ready for the final battle? What do you say then? Are you ready for this final battle?
It's strange to be so close to her. Finally, we get a chance to end this once and for all.
Well said. Open the door, soldiers. The Shining Lady's crusade ends now.
And so we reach the end of a long journey. If you only knew the sacrifices I made to bring us to this point, all of them worthwhile.
Many soldiers gave their lives to stop you, Kalar. Their sacrifices are the ones that matter.
Change is upon us. Great and righteous change. You've come to face me, so do so. Now is our time. Fernan, you've caught me in your spell as well. I can't move.
Have I now? How distressing for you. You'll just have to stand and watch as my plan reaches fruition.
Your plan? What do you mean? Heffernan, what are you doing?
You'll find out soon enough, my puppet. Once the devils begin their march into this world. Bleed, Ballspawn. Bleed for my master.
You're outnumbered, Bence. Go for reinforcements, now!
Gods help us all. They've opened the portal to the Nine Hells. Out! Everyone get out and get the vault door locked now! Leave them. There's no time. We have to secure the vault immediately. Devils could flood this place any second.
Heffernan, what have you done? I will not let him corrupt our work by bringing forth an army of fiends! Crusaders, with me!
Who's that? Who's there? Who is it I have the honor of addressing? I'm afraid I don't recognize your voice. Corporal Duncan summoned the commanders when the portal opened. We have to keep the vault locked for now. Devils could easily overwhelm the castle otherwise. I'm sure you understand.
We need to close that portal.
My mages tell me the portal is open, and for as long as that remains the case, these doors are staying closed. You must find a way to seal this rift between planes. The fate of Toril is in your hands. May the gods smile upon you.
Volkiln is reminded of that 10-day he went without a drink. Most unpleasant.
Indeed.
Avernus, the first pit of the 9 hells, assaults your senses. The stench of brimstone and curdled milk fills your nostrils, coating your tongue and throat in a nausea-inducing film. The bitter moans of the damned envelop you, pressing in from all sides, smothering. As your watering eyes grow accustomed to the dim lava light of the pit, you begin to feel the oppressive majesty of the blasted waste around you. In pursuing the Shining Lady, you have been brought to the darkest place imaginable, and the pursuit is not yet over. Crusader corpses litter the ground around you, but of Kalar herself, there is no sign.
Get me out of here. Quickly, please.
Silune, may your light shine upon me, even in this dismal place. Back, you devils! Back, I say!
You know, I don't think I've ever slain a fiend before. This should be fun. Well, it should be fun for someone at any rate. Watch out!
You have my thanks. Without your help, we would surely be dead by now. It has all gone wrong. We were to have your blood to open the portal days ago. When we marched here, our numbers were to be legion. We never expected to have to hold Dragonspear Castle for so long. Never suspected Heffernan would betray us, or Our Lady would charge into darkness alone and unaided. Not killed, kidnapped. You were no good to her dead. She needed divine blood. 'Tis the key that unlocks the door to hell.
And we delivered it right to her. Or, more accurately, her stooge.
There is a bridge not far from here that leads to a grey stone tower. When last I saw Kalar, she was making her way toward it in pursuit of Heffernan. I shall do as you say. May the lady... Tymora favor you. Farewell. Evil surrounds us. Of course.
If you insist.
Come then, you craven fiends! Come and meet your doom!
Kalar, wait! Please, talk to us! You promised to restore my wife, my children, yet all you've brought us is more death. I look in your eyes now and I see nothing but madness.
You call me mad? I'll show you madness! No! No! I'll not kill an innocent man. I've not fallen so far as that. But I cannot stop now. Do as you will. Join me or no. I care not. Your part in this is done. Now let me do mine! I cannot stop. There's no turning back for me, not now. I swore an oath once, long ago. I must keep it.
Indeed.
You have come far, but Thrix the Profane's master would have you go no further. For now. You fight well. Thrix the Profane is impressed. Thrix's master bid him bar all but the Argent for a time, and Thrix would not want to disappoint his master, unless... If Thrix believed his master would not be his master much longer, if he believed you might slay his master, then Thrix might allow you passage. Master has been most vexing since the business with Cren Shinnabon. Thrix is weary. You are in the first and greatest of the hells, little thing. Nothing here comes free. But perhaps you might be interested in a wager. Aha! Thrix does not know how this sort of thing works in the prime material plane. But in Avernus, a contract is a contract. The wager is made. Win, and one of these items will be yours. Lose, and Thrix takes one of your friends.
When it's time, Maglubiate gets me, not you. But it's not time yet.
I am no one's prize, be they devil or man. Count yourself lucky I've not been made part of this. Both of you.
Yes, most amusing.
Looks like I'll get to smile a little longer, Demon.
I am glad you think so, my friend. But I must admit I have misgivings over playing this devil's game at all.
Oh, you are a lucky devil. Volkiln is an old hand at gambling. He would teach you a thing or two. Well, maybe not two. A thing and a half, say.
Your commitment to your friends is admirable.
Lackey? Methinks my meretricious Myrmidon misunderstands my most favored maxim on this matter. You're not the boss of me.
You are wise to hold the mystic might of Odesseron in such esteem. And you, devil, you would eat me? Thay's greatest son, Edwin Odesseron, is too spicy a dish even for you. Can a devil choke unto death? Try me and find out.
You would take Minsk's witch? Pick another hell devil, for I shall send you there.
Very well, then. Thrix shall pick another.
I'll snuff you out first, devil. You and all the fires of this pit of hell.
No! Thou cannot allow this to happen. I will not permit it.
You willingly gamble your own soul. Oh, Thrix likes you. And he agrees. You'll make a fine addition to his collection. And now, the riddle. You should like this, child of Baal. Thrix's riddle was devised for you, and you alone. Now, tell me what I speak of. A useful tool, though most despise it. In light, it can topple kingdoms. In shadows, it sustains nations. Paupers fear it daily. Kings fear it deeply. You were born to serve it, but because of it, you will die. What is it? You have answered my riddle. Aren't you clever? Clever, clever ball spawn. Now choose your prize. Thrix's master should be finished with the Shining Lady by now. Enter freely and of your own will.
If you insist.
Everyone stay alert. We don't know what we're heading into.
Shah, I beg you, look down upon your humble servant and protect her.
This tower will crumble beneath the might of Ilkhan, assuming we ever escape this infernal shaft.
Are we there yet? Come on, come on! Cloak shadows, cloaks shadow! I am so bored!
Floor's moving. Floors shouldn't move.
You know what I want, Belafet. Release him!
You make a mockery of your uncle's sacrifice in coming here, Azimar. But I will grant you your desire. After a fashion. You and On will be together again. Your cage will hang next to his. Ah, the child of Baal. Welcome. Welcome. You're just in time to witness the fall of Kalar Argent.
There is nothing you or anyone can do to save her now, godling. She will hang in the hall of my Lord Belafet, and you will hang beside her.
Damn you, Heffernan! It was your treachery that brought me to this!
This is the secret of Kalar's crusade. There is only one soul in Avernus Kalar has ever cared for. Her uncle on Argent, a man who sacrificed all to save her. When I offered her a way to free her uncle, she didn't hesitate. Thousands were killed or driven from their homes in her name. She did not waver. She would put all Toril to the torch to ensure on Argent's release.
I wanted my uncle freed, yes. But if the Dragonspear dead could have been restored, I would have done so.
But you could not. No one could. And in your heart of hearts, you knew that. So long I was trapped here, unable to reach the material plane. And then this child walked willingly, blindly, into my domain. No mere mortal, either, but an Azimar, and an Argent, and mine. All mine.
I offered him my soul in exchange for my nieces. You should not have returned here, Kalar. I hoped, I prayed you would learn from your mistake. That time would bring you wisdom and humility.
All in vain. She never forgot her uncle's sacrifice, never forgave herself for his loss, and never stopped seeking a way to restore him.
And so I have a ball spawn to add to my collection. You, on Argent, Kalar, all will be part of my menagerie of souls.
You have defeated me, I see that now. But consider a moment the ways I might be of use to you.
Kalar, no! Do not do this! You would serve me, Kalar Argent? You would be a blackguard in service to Belifet?
After everything I've done, you would have me at your side? So be it. The Child of Baal and the Shining Lady will stand together against this devil's darkness.
You are as arrogant as my mistress, and you will share her fate.
After all this time, this cannot be the end. This cannot be!
Indeed.
I can scarcely believe it. Everything I did, every sacrifice I made, all to reach this moment. You are free at last, Uncle.
I know not what you did to make this happen, Kalar. Whatever it was, the cost was too great.
I do have family, and I would tear down the gates of all the hells to spare them suffering.
I sacrificed myself to ensure my niece never saw this place again. You knew my wishes, Kalar. Why did you defy them?
Do you think so little of me, Uncle? Did you truly believe I would leave you to rot in the devil's claws?
I would have.
Did I think you would leave me to Belifet? I expected my niece to honor her uncle's wishes. How long has it been since we last spoke, Kalar? Have you learned nothing in all those years?
More than I ever wanted to know. I knew no happiness in my ignorance, yet the misery I felt while convinced I trod a righteous path was nothing compared to the guilt I must carry now. I was brought up in the Order of the Aster. My Aasimar heritage and the Argent name assured me a place of honor as a paladin of the Morning Lord. Or so I thought at the time. I had such confidence then, such certainty of purpose. I knew I would rise to greatness. Knew it in my bones. All that barred my ascent were my superiors in the Order. They sought to teach me humility. I see that now. But I could not bring myself to bow to their authority. To any authority but Lathander's. Perhaps not even his. I was told to watch over the library, to guard the volumes within, for they held knowledge critical to the Order's success in the battle against darkness. I coveted that knowledge. In my arrogance, I read aloud from the pages, not understanding the forces I was invoking. That was how a girl not yet 10 years old found herself in this pit, in that cage.
Your grasp of the obvious is, as always, vice-like in its consistency.
I was freed, yes, but the cost... It was too much to bear. I couldn't do it, Uncle. Forgive me. I couldn't.
I have a couple uncles like that. It's pretty terrific, actually.
I made this sacrifice hoping that Kayla might someday find redemption for her sins. But she is here before me, and I now know she chose another path.
A heavy toll was paid, by me and those who followed me. A heavier one still was exacted from those who stood in my path. Am I without regret? No. Would I do it again? Without hesitation.
Might as well ask a fish not to swim. The Orange Lady is what she is.
Lives are lost every day with no purpose that any but the gods can see. Those who sacrificed themselves in my name have saved a great man from an unjust fate. You may admire me or not as you wish. I am an Argent. I hold myself to the highest standard. I know I did evil, though I did it in pursuit of good. I must answer for my crimes.
And you will, once we're out of this damned inferno. Let's go.
Divine blood was the key to opening Dragonspear's portal to Avernus.
The blood of a powerful devil will lock it once again.
Here, take this key. It will open the Dragonspear vault. I'll not be returning to Toril.
What? No, Kayla. I'll not allow it.
The portal can only be closed from this side. Someone must remain behind. I shall sever Avernus's connection to Toril, and then stand guard. Whosoever would cross the threshold to Dragonspear will first face Kalar Argent. I can do nothing to change the past. What future I have is here, in this place. That was true from the moment I first summoned Belafet. Uncle, please, go now, before Avernus's legions overtake us. Do what you can to redeem the Argent name of the shame I brought upon it, I beg you.
May Lathander's light shine upon you, child.
It's done. Thank the gods.
The portal is closed. Volkild needs a drink.
Shar smiles upon you. I don't know why.
The portal is closed. Let's get that vault door open. I would speak with Torsen Delancey about his decision to lock me in here with the hordes of the Hells.
All right. Hello's closed. That's good. Still trapped, though. That's not so good.
This place reminds me of my dear departed friend.
I will do what I can to help you.
What was his name?
Hold your fire! Everyone, hold your fire! It's good to see you. What happened? And what of our shining lady? It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Master Argent. I wish it were under different circumstances. If there is anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to let me know. Our forces are sweeping the castle now, checking for traps or pockets of resistance. The surviving crusaders have either fled or surrendered. The siege is ended, as is the threat of the Nine Hells. I believe the time has come to celebrate.
Music to mine ears. Someone give Volkiln a drink.
Is that all you've got for the savior of Dragonspear? You can do better than that. 3 cheers for the hero of Baldur's Gate!
What does he mean?
Here, take this Weinchen and drink it. When you are finished, Volkiln will explain all the mysteries of humanity to you, little one. Ho, ho, ho.
Good, you're still here. I was hoping to have a word with you in private. I made some hard choices down here. Do not think I made them lightly or for personal reasons. I am sworn to protect Waterdeep, and I will do whatever I must to fulfill that oath. Actually, it's that city I love that I wish to speak with you about. Baldur's Gate has done well by you, I know, but have you ever considered taking up residence elsewhere? The Lords of Waterdeep have deep pockets. They could make your life very comfortable. Don't be so quick to pass up this opportunity. It will be a day at least before the Flaming Fist begins the journey back to Baldur's Gate. Take a little time. Consider what I've said. We will talk again soon, I'm sure. Until then, relax. The gods know you've earned a rest.
Be direct.
You. Again.
I have many fine wares.
Look at this. The bloody hero of Baldur's Gate honours us with his presence.
How would you know that?
Ha! Would that my blade were as sharp as this strumpet's tongue.
I'm impressed. When I learned it was you in the vault, I wasn't certain you would be equal to the task. I'm rarely so pleased to be wrong.
You have my greetings, faithful one.
Aye?
I have been too long chasing shadows. I must refocus my attention on the task my sisters assigned me.
Can I help you?
Oh, 'tis the hero of Baldur's Gate. Or perhaps a new sobriquet is in order. Liberator of Dragonspear, Bane of the Shining Lady.
Sometimes it is necessary to take up arms for the greater good. But humility is the true mark of a hero.
This hero could learn a thing or two about being a hero. Leave it to Volkiln. One night and, let us say, 3 casks of ale, and I will have found the words to match your deeds. Your tale will be told alongside those of the great heroes of old.
Take some time to savor our victory. You earned it. My companions and I will continue working to root out any further pockets of resistance that may remain in the castle or around it. Fare thee well.
Still we wait.
Ski Silvershield. Born into privilege, yet driven to rebel against the destiny her father mapped out for her. She has been challenged, as you have. Has she proven worthy, or been found wanting? Let us see.
What's happening? I don't understand. No! No!
Ah!
What the hells? No. Gods! No! What have you done? What have you done? There's only one monster here. The one that stood on Borskir Bridge, a skull scorched into the stone around him. The one covered in Ski Silvershield's blood. May the gods help you. No one else will.
I never knew you had it in you. I knew you had something within you, but this? No.
In the name of the Council of Four, you are under arrest for the murder of Ski Silvershield. You will return to Baldur's Gate to be tried for your crime. What would you have me believe? An innocent girl lies dead at your feet. Your hands are red with her blood. I will do what I must.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Please.
You return to Baldur's Gate under circumstances much darker than anyone would have believed. What should have been a moment of crowning triumph is instead a nightmare beyond your understanding. Ski Silvershield lies dead, seemingly at your hand. The Siege Force's clerics are unable to revive her. Her magically preserved body has been transported to Grand Duke Entar Silvershield, who clings to the faint hope that his daughter might someday be resurrected. You share that hope. Without Ski, you may never know the truth of what happened that dark night. Once you thought yourself free of your father's taint. But as you journeyed to Dragonspear Castle, you realized this was not so. You are a child of Baal, Lord of Murder. A piece of him resides in you. Has it grown beyond your control? Was yours the hand that plunged the dagger into Ski Silvershield's breast? You do not know, and that fact haunts you. When you left Baldur's Gate, people cheered you as the city's hero. Now they look upon you and see something very different.
We've heard the testimony of those who traveled with the Flaming Fist expedition to Dragonspear Castle. Many told of how the accused was found in Dragonspear's main hall with Ski Silvershield dead at his feet. Corporal Bence Duncan bore witness to a disturbing incident involving the accused at Borskir Bridge. He is here to share his recollections.
He collapsed while crossing Borskir Bridge. The symbol of Baal, Lord of Murder, seared itself into the stones around him.
The mark of Baal does not in itself prove guilt, but it does cast a darker shadow of suspicion upon the accused. We cannot forget that Saravak, another spawn of Baal, brought our city to the brink of war. Thank you for your service, Corporal. You may go. As for you, our diviners have presented evidence of your deeds since leaving Baldur's Gate, deeds that speak to your character. Is there anything you wish to say in your defense? So noted. Is there anything more you would say in your defense? So noted. Is there anything more you would say in your defense? So noted. Is there anything more you would say in your defense? So noted. We've heard much evidence today, both for your character and against it. Now what is that commotion?
Out of my way, you sniveling pigs!
We can't let you do that, my lord.
Do you know to whom you speak? I'll have your family on the street begging for coppers if you don't let me pass.
You do not want to do this, Entar.
Do not tell me what I want. I know what I want. You, murderer, you killed my little girl, my ski. You put on a good act, but I know the truth. It wasn't enough to slay her bodily and leave me childless. You had to destroy her soul too?
This is not the time.
Tell me what you did with it, fiend. Before they send you to the gallows, tell me, what did you do with the dagger? The priests can do nothing. She's gone forever. My ski.
Order! Give me order or I'll have the square cleared. Order! A father's grief is an irrational thing. Let us return to the facts. We've heard the evidence and your own defense. Have you anything else you wish to say? A powerful force obscured divinations at the time of the murder. That in itself is highly suspicious and points to premeditation. However, we have learned one important fact. Peering into the weave, our diviners determined that Ski Silvershield's soul now languishes within an artifact called the Soul Taker Dagger. All efforts to locate the dagger have amounted to naught. While her essence is imprisoned thus, Ski can never be returned to life. If we had the Soul Taker, she might possibly be restored and confirm your innocence, if indeed you are innocent.
Guilty, I say. Guilty.
The Flaming Fist will take custody of the prisoner until a decision is reached. Take him away.
Good morning.
Wow, chains aren't a good look for you. I always thought I'd missed my calling. Since you've been, incarcerated, I came across a wild mage. A dead one. He'd been dissected. You're locked up, and I'm finding dead wild mages. No, I'm not all right. The man I found... His internal organs were gone. Pieces of him had been cut off. His skin was barely visible under all the runes branded on it. Do you remember what Adoy said after we brought him here from the Fugue Plain? I've got to find out what's going on. I'm leaving today. Thank you. I wish I could do something for you, but I can't. But I might be able to help other wild mages, if I act quickly enough. Goodbye. And for what it's worth, good luck.
Chains become you, child of Baal. The people you saved have turned on you, treating you as some nightmare made flesh. How does it feel to be trapped in a cell after all you've done for this city? Life offers no justification for the ills it inflicts on us. None know this better than I. I warned you of the darkness running through your veins. Divine blood is not to be trifled with. Without control, power is naught but peril. But I am confident you will survive this. A greater destiny awaits you. Rise. It is time. You know what you must do. Embrace the darkness coiling within you. Take the dagger. Kill her. Take it. Even now you resist. You are more powerful than I thought. All that I truly require is your presence. Curious, your mind is not so open to me as it once was. You resist my will. Your power grows, child of Baal. Awake. Tell me, what did you see? An inevitability, perhaps, but your eyes tell me another story. What did you see? Despite my efforts, you remember. Impressive. There are few more acutely aware of their own vulnerability than I assure you. You will escape this place. We will meet again. Fear that meeting, child of Baal. We have so far to go together.
How are you? You know the killer's name? You have proof? Justice is an ideal we must all strive for, but circumstances do not allow for the ideal. The Council of Four must bow to the practical. Were you anyone else, this would be a simple matter. For Entar, it is very simple. He wants your head. That will not change any time soon. Certainly not while his daughter remains in her current state. But you are the slayer of Saravok, the hero of Baldur's Gate, the champion of Dragonspear. Your service to the Sword Coast is beyond dispute. Unfortunately, your heritage is now also beyond dispute. There can be no peace for a child of Baal. Those near you will inevitably suffer as Ski did. That is your nature. There are as many people in this city ready to fight and die for you as there are those baying for your blood. Baldur's Gate is in turmoil. After extensive deliberations, Eltan, Leah-Jannath, and I have decided it would be best for all if you and the darkness within you left Baldur's Gate as quietly as possible. A guard will escort you out of the city. This is a poor reward for all you have done for us, I know, but it is the best we are allowed. Go someplace far from here, and do not return. Fare thee well. Follow me.
Of course.
I figured you weren't another Sarevok. Think I figured wrong.
Your deeds will catch up with you soon enough.
Your belongings are on the table. Take what you can carry and head down to the trapdoor.
This is a disgrace. Everything you've done for this city, and this is what you get. It's not right, says I.
You destroyed the Iron Throne in Kalar's crusade. Noble Pratt's a small price to pay for all of that, far as I'm concerned.
Oh, fine.
Ready to say farewell to Baldur's Gate? That a yes or a no? Follow me and stay close. We'll be travelling through tunnels beneath the city. Duke Belt wants you kept away from the public. Rightly so, I think. Go down the stairs and head west. The cavern comes up outside the city gates. I believe you. My cousin was in Bridgefort. The Crusade spellstone had poisoned her. She was on the edge of death. You saved her. You saved the city from Sarevok. You saved the Sword Coast from the Nine Hells. I don't care what anyone says about you. You're a hero, and that's all there is to it. Farewell.
This place reminds me of my dear departed friend. What was his name?
I care not. You made it. Oh, that's great. I was scared you wouldn't. I'm so sorry. I should never have let you go to Dragonspear without me. But if I'd been there, maybe, I don't know, maybe things would have been different.
All right, all right.
Heya, everyone. I got him.
Rejoice, Boo! Our friends have returned to us.
Could we maybe talk about this someplace, you know, far away from here? Forward! I'm pretty sure the Flaming Fist isn't on our trail. Can we take a break? Just for a minute?
I think we could all use a rest.
It has been too long since Minsk journeyed with such a fine companion.
Hey, do you feel a little off?
Your eyes burn as a thin, acrid mist rises from the ground and envelops you. Your mind clouds. Shadowed figures strike and fade away. Your companion's cries echo in your skull, and the world around you fades to gray.